What is happening, guys? What is happening? Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday, right? It's Friday. Making sure it's Friday. I literally have a toy right here in front of me. I wanted to share with you guys here in a second.
I brought my toy.
Got my toys with me. Yes. What up, dude? Hello, Dr. Isle. Hey, what's up, Martin? Sanchez. Okay. Totally gonna butcher your name. UI Quiora? Hopefully I said that right. Hello, Cypher 101. Hello, hello. What is happening, guys? Sorry if I butchered that name. I feel really bad. Sorry. How are you guys? Welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna have some stream raiders here in a minute. But here, let me show you. I'm gonna go full screen so you can get a lot of me. I got Vegeta's head in resin and his body in resin. I know it's kind of hard to see because of the backlight. And I have his hips. And then on the FDM, I actually have some joints. So I was going to try to real quickly assemble it in front of you. And you're either going to witness success or failure. But it is okay to fail, guys. It is okay to fail. Don't let that discourage you as it's discouraged me. What? I didn't say that out loud, did I? Vegeta 2021. Yep. I know, man. I know. Seriously. So I have these. It's really hard to see, I know, but so really tiny joints that I decided to print in FDM because the friction of the filaments layer lines, I think, are actually going to help with the movement and sturdiness of the articulation. Whereas resin is really smooth and it doesn't grip itself as easily. So I'm hoping that this will actually work, but what we'll do is we'll test his head. I have an arm joint here, but if I pop that in, that may... Well, I don't know, actually. Yeah, if I pop that in, I won't be able to get his arm in, so we're going to wait on that. But let's see if I can get his neck going. Hello, hello! Oh, what is this YouTube link already? I like it. Let's get here. Mr. Douchebag. I don't know if this is copyrighted or not, but you know, let's pause the music and let's hit play. Oh, that's hilarious. I freaking love it. Anyway, so real quick, let me clean this up real fast. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start off today making a hairbrush, a custom hairbrush that we'll be making. We'll make our own IMM custom hairbrush. And then that way we can actually finalize the hair on Vega and Chun-Li officially. And then from there, finish with the detailing. I think we're coming to a close on this project, so I'm really excited about that. This is perfect. Great way to start the stream. Yep, I also, too, I don't know if Peter's here, but he recommended this coffee to me, and it's it's delicious, guys. So, yeah, it's all going to be good. I'm happy. I'm excited. How's everybody else's Friday going? How was the week so far for you guys? Oh, I recorded a new YouTube video, by the way, covering dynamic cloth that I'll be releasing next week. Just gotta edit it and make sure I don't sound like a bumbling baboo. And we should be good. Okay, so we got the neck joint. Alright. I'm gonna see if I can actually, like, maybe rack focus for a second. Okay. This way you guys can kind of see what's going on. Alright, so here's the body, and here's the head. So, joint fits in there. We have the pin. And, oh, look at that. Okay. Pin fits in there. So now we have movement. Okay, here. Alright, here we go. Here's his head. Hold on. Oh, his hair is spiky as shit. Might hurt. Hold on. I don't want to hurt. These spikes are dangerous as shit, dude. All right, hold on. Now it's all blurry. What's happening today? All right, here we go. It's gonna make or break. Let's find out. There we go. Oh, come on. Oh, it does not want to pop on. Okay. Does not want to pop on, so I got a solution. I'm gonna go ahead real quickly and kind of maybe sand out the inside just a little bit. So I have a file. I'm just gonna be sanding just a little bit. Maybe open that up a bit. So that just means that the opening is a little too tight. So we can open that up on the final file, unless if the sanding just works, that's all I would recommend then. Oh my gosh, I'm all like super focused. Good morning, good morning! You guys are watching me try to pop a head joint on. Okay, yeah, that's gonna need to be sanded a little bit. All right, let's focus that back, hopefully. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so it'll need a little bit more sanding, but not too bad, not too bad. One more time. Hey, D-Snake, how you doing, buddy? This resin FDM combo is just kicking my ass a little bit. Oh, I have it like partially in, because now it's stuck. Okay. Hold on. We're just gonna have to go for broke. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so this is, hey Corinne, how you doing? Watching me shove a Vegeta head. Oh my goodness. Nope, it popped out. And I broke the bottom part. Alright. Sizing readjustments. But, let's see here. This is his waist. Let's see if that fits on there, alright? This part fits on and its head doesn't. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to go through is actually make some custom cuts, because it's just too small of an opening. So I'll have to make some measurements, but good test. Almost. That's what almost is. The pitfalls of articulation. Exactly. Well, the pitfalls of articulation with 3D printing. Hey, you want to take a look at that? So, yay! Ugh. That's okay, though. I mean, you might as well see if you want to... If this... Do you mind doing me a favor and see if this joint pops into his shoulder socket? That should work out.
FDM, right?
Yeah, that's FDM. Okay, so we'll have to make some adjustments, but that's articulation for you for 3D printing. And if it's just really the size of the ball opening, or the size of the ball itself, I actually might be able to do a custom cut on the ball itself instead of reopening the hole. Actually, the ball itself might go in. Did I pop in?
I need to shave.
Okay, there you go.
I need to
How are you guys doing? All right, so actually, let's load that up real quick, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, and then we can get right into. How's a workout? I feel super sweaty. Oh my gosh, let me take the sweater off. Oh no! OnlyFans happening! Sweater's coming off! Hey. All right, so this is what we're talking about here. So here's our articulated joint. And if you guys are wondering how many pieces are in an articulated file, there are 32 pieces in this file alone. All joints and pins accounted for. So massive. But what we're looking at right here, if we solo this out, we can go ahead and we can kind of come in here and let's highlight this section. So really, it's just it's too steep. Right here, it's getting caught up, and it's a pretty flat edge. So we're just gonna need to kind of either open this up, or what I actually think I should do. Oh, this looks awesome. Thank you. what I think I should do is actually go back to his chest. And right here I have the mating piece. I could probably just take the material down just a little bit. I created little relief cuts to kind of hopefully have it pop in, but they're not big enough relief. And so what we could do is actually take a sphere or something and open, and then actually like come in and trim it. So
It is
that kind of 3D printing intimidates me. Yeah, it's complicated. You know, from a couple companies I spoke with who saw this figure, they were really excited, but they wanted to know if it worked for 3D printing. Apparently, 3D printing articulation is still very new and still very complicated. And so, because a lot of times, like you guys heard me say here before, articulation toys are usually made out of two types of material, PVC or ABS. And so you have a machining practice, and they have shrinkage. I think it's 4% shrinkage that's usually factored into it. So there's a lot going on, and here we're dealing with very solid resin and very flimsy FDM. So it's a bit of a different story. Although there is one set of articulated files that have been 3D printed floating around the web that looked really good, but it used zip ties, and I didn't want to use that. So, hello. Anyway. So, hey. So, Kareen, if you're still here real quick, before we start doing the hair, if you want, I can kind of give you a breakdown if you're still wondering about scaling. Mofafa, what's happening, dude? Awesome coffee. Yeah, guys, Peter, okay, not a sponsor. I feel like I have to say that sometimes. Oak and Bond coffee. Peter has been basically throwing it at me, saying I need to get it. A bit of expensive, but holy shit. This is really good. If you like coffee, you will love this. So, hashtag to Peter. Shout out to Peter, who also streams, by the way. If you guys are interested in animation and want to watch somebody learn it and go through the process, check his channel out. It is delicioso. You think you're cool for now, but stay tuned? Oh, no worries. Like I said, Kareen, you can always hit me up. Do so. And also, too, guys, shout out to Kareen. She's an amazing, very talented, super, super talented artist. You guys have to go check out her stuff. Kareen, share your links, share your your portfolio. She's an awesome person. You want to know her, trust me. Great work. Oh, of course. How many times have you helped me out? I remember, like, when I first got into the 3D Character Workshop, you're always the first to say, hey, you know, try this. Hey, try that. Hey, can I suggest some? You're just such an amazing, helpful person. And if nobody tells you that, I'm telling you that. Like, seriously, thank you for all the help you've given me in the past. I don't think I would get nearly as close as I am today if it wasn't for people like you helping me out, so. Seriously. No, yeah. From the bottom of my heart, sincerely, yeah. You guys gotta check her out. Everybody go follow her. Peter with the Oak and Bond coffee. Cool. Alright, guys. So, what we're gonna do is, let's take a look at my current project. And so, things about it, I want to create some more bangs for him. Maybe clean up his hair a little bit more. I'm not 100% satisfied with it. I really like her hairstyle, so we may Z-remesh his hair and go back in and re-detail it. Because I like what I did with her hair, which is a combination of just using Damn Standard and Standard Brush along with custom hair braids. So, oh yeah, what coffee is that called? Yeah. So I'm thinking about redoing his hair, but I do like the different techniques I've used because I feel like it kind of, I think it kind of helps represent each character on their own, but I feel like it's a little sloppy, so we can clean that up. Did you get any of the whiskey infused in that sampler? No, I did not. This was, yeah, one of them. This one has like chocolate in it, and cherry, and it's smoky, and oh, it's so good. Hey, Z, how you doing? I just grabbed their sampler pack, whichever one they recommended, and it's amazing. How's it going, Ian? It's going good, man. It is going good. We're getting ready to create a custom hairbrush. Okay, so this one's called Columbia. Cherry, honeysuckle, almond, brown sugar, chocolate. Yeah, the whiskey infused is so good too. Oh yeah, that's gonna be next on the list, pardon me. So good. Yeah. And they just give like, and this is just the medium. I'm wanting to know what their blondes taste like because I love cold brew and it is awesome. Oh yeah, her portfolio is sick. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, she works in both toys and games too. Yeah, she's really awesome. Oh no, Peter, a piece broke. Shit. Okay. Okay. Peter, that piece particular, I can send you the file for that piece, no problem. But if you want to try to fix it, we want to try to fix that to where it's operational, because this is just a piece that holds that in. You could just use some Gorilla Glue, but I have no problem sending you that file. Don't you worry. It'll do better in resin anyway. But yeah. But I'll send you the file, no problem. And I scaled everything. If I didn't tell you, I scaled everything down by 20%, so everything was at 80% scale. Yeah, that's what you were thinking? Okay, cool. But yeah, I'll send it to you, no problem. All right. Let's get my handy dandy notebook and glove on. I'm good. Gonna be wrestling my wrist. Resting your... Wrestling? Yeah. There's a W there. Resting. You're resting your wrist a bit today. Wrist isn't used to doing art streams after not doing it for months. Oh, yes, yes. So today is going to be gaming stream of Control It. Was free for PS Plus members. Nice. Yeah, rest it, rest it. Hey, Kamara, hello. Yeah, I have some ABS resin. So it will be a whole... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What'd you do?
Blew dust into my eye.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm trying.
All right. So let's do a custom hairbrush. And I was kind of playing with some stuff last night that you guys can see right here. This was what I was kind of playing with yesterday, which gives me this kind of result. So I think I want to make a couple more and then make the actual custom brush itself and then go from there. So yeah, you have some ABS resin to hold it a little bit better on that part. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. No, don't. It's I have to recut those. Carde is trying to play with all the toy sizes. So, well, let's get into it. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple fun shapes. So let's get into, let's insert a new, just anything. It doesn't matter because we're just going to Q-cube it. If you guys aren't sure about Q-cube, if you just grab any shape, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be a cylinder, hit Q-cube, it makes it a square. Insert this little handy dandy star, Q-cube it, and it makes it a cube. So it doesn't matter what you bring in at that point. I used to only think it was one or the other, but it is not. So grab this guy. Kamara, how's your beetle coming along? I was gonna say bug, but it's a beetle. Beetle. He has feet. Yay! Did you post an update? I haven't been on Discord the last couple days, really. All right, let's go ahead and hit solo for a second. Actually, I do want like a thicker brush, so we'll go ahead and kind of scale it up, like such. I could tell, you can tell I have kids when I hear handy dandy and immediately think notebook. Yep, exactly. Actually, didn't. I'll go post one now. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see. You guys know me all too well by now. I want to see your art. Show me your progress. All right, we're going to go ahead and just use the Z Modeler brush with multi-loops, and then we'll just create 3 different sections. So then we can grab this section, Control W for a different color. Grab this section, Control W for a different color. And then do a different color here. Let's go with something. Yeah, there you go. That gives us this right out the gate. Yeah, same, Peter, exactly. Yeah. I don't have kids, I think Notebook. Just like Blue's Clues. Yeah, exactly, despite being too old for it when it came out. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Are you kidding me? I think Blue's Clues was really popular when I was entering high school, and I still watched that shit. It didn't matter. Yep. So, people just know what's going on, you know? I mean, that's just... Alright, let's go ahead and add a couple... we're going to add some custom sections here. She posted it? Yay! Awesome. So if you guys want to mask something off, you know, you want to mask off one point, but then you tap to invert. If you just go to mask it and hold Alt, it automatically flips that for you. In case anybody was wondering. This is also kind of like, yeah, it's a neat little trick I picked up on. Paul Gabriel for the win. Yeah, oh, by the way, Peter and Z, specifically, because we were in Z Street when it happened, but isn't that array trick so cool? That array mesh is probably one of the... I've been using it slowly a little bit more, but it was really helpful to go through it with you guys. So I'm really, really, really excited about doing it more so now. All right, there we go. So we got this shape right here. And we have this shape here. I'm not creasing anything in particular. I just want some variety into the hair movement. And then let's create one more. So we're just going to go to duplicate this, come back, and then we're going to back up the history until we get it right about here. And then we're just going to go ahead and add some different loops like such. Yep, sounds good. And then let's actually, I don't know why I grabbed their face, extrude. All, we're actually going to extrude that out just a little bit, tapping Alt to give a different group. Do that a couple times. Do the same thing here. We're actually going to give it kind of a bigger stroke, but we're going to go, yeah, let's go out a little bit more. Let's go here, just like that. So hopefully when we hit D, this will give us a little bit more of a variety, which is what we want. I haven't used it, but I was laughing at Paul when he was like, oh yeah, there's double symmetry, and the artist that was hosting the deer in the headlights looked like, oh, what? Yeah. How do I put this? When people come at questions with, or come at you with statements saying Zbrush can't do it, my response is, I may not know how to do it, but you absolutely can. There's a reason why this program is $900 now. There is so much in it. Like what we see, people use that whole 80-20 rule with like, you have a program, 80% of your work is done with 20% of knowledge in ZBrush. I feel like people are unknowingly using 95-5. Like, most of what people do in ZBrush is maybe like scratch the surface. And the more I'm trying to learn to become better at it, the more I'm realizing that I know jack shit about it. So yeah, it's there's definitely a lot going on, and I'm trying to get more into it, especially now that considering that I'm going to be helping teach it more on Pixo streams now. So I'm very, very excited to go even further down the rabbit hole than I was already once doing, and I can't wait to continue that path. I'll go ahead and select this. Pass that part off. I'm gonna go a little higher with that. Yeah, that's why I love Paul Gabriel's streams so much when he does them. Always learning a bunch of new tricks. Even if I can't pretend to keep up with them. Yeah. You're a Pixel streamer now? Yes, yeah, it just... Oh yeah, Kareen, you were here. Yes, last Wednesday I had a meeting with Pixelogic, and they accepted me on their Pixo team. On their Pixo stream team. And I start as soon as I get a schedule. So, yep. Thank you. Yeah. I will tell you guys though, last night I was feeling a little odd. Just like it's still kind of surreal, type feeling. Because it was one of my hidden goals that I wanted to achieve as an artist and somebody who was super invested in Zbrush. So I was watching a video last night on Tested with Adam Savage, and he was specifically talking. He got a question on one of his things talking about imposter syndrome, and I didn't realize that that's kind of a real thing, but it's like, I know I put in a lot of hard work, and with everybody's support, it's been really fun, like pushing and striving. But yeah, like for a moment I was just like, that can't be happening. That can't be right. So it's definitely such a surreal feeling just because it was just like, yeah, I didn't really know how to process it once it finally clicked in, but I'm super jazzed, super excited to get started. So, okay, we're gonna do, we're gonna kind of call these what they are. So single strand, strand tip. And I think that was something too. One of the things he was talking about in his tested video was there's not a lot of people that talk about imposter syndrome. And it was nice to hear somebody else kind of talk about it, because it's like, yeah, I think artists in particular, anybody who's creative feels that way. And so it's kind of nice it was nice to sit there and listen to him explain it, especially since I'm a huge Mythbuster fan, and I just really like everything that he's always said. So yeah. I love hearing top-tier people talk about imposter syndrome. It is 100% real, and it's so frustrating. Yeah, I think we had talked about imposter syndrome a couple months ago. I think every artist suffers. I think we might have. Yeah, I like to think I'm pretty open with myself as far as like, there are certain things about my life I try to keep personal, but when it comes to my art and how I feel as a person and how I feel as an artist and how my art affects me as a person, I like to think I've been pretty open about that. And I don't think there's enough people who feel comfortable being open about it. And so I hope that in me talking about it, it inspires others to want to talk about it, because you're right, it is a real thing. And so it's nice to be able to relate to other people and our struggles, because we do have them. Whether we believe it or not, we have them. And so it's just, it's just nice to talk about. It was nice to hear, because I was like feeling slightly overwhelmed for a moment, but with awesome help of great friends and support, everybody who's happy to support me like you guys are, it makes it easier to be like, okay, yeah, no, we can go, we can do this. Neil Gaiman has some really good stories about his imposter syndrome. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. If you have a good one, share it. I would love to check it out later. Glenn Keane makes me laugh when he says that he has imposter syndrome and feels like he's going to be found out on any movie he works on. Yeah. Maybe not, Peter. Maybe you're trying to kill me slowly with this coffee that you sent me over. Yeah, imposter syndrome all the time. Isn't it crazy? It is super crazy. But that's okay, right? I mean, again, it's okay just to be able to sit here and be like, yeah, this is a real thing, and it's all right. So yeah. Then I talked myself off the ledge, and everything was good. All right, let's do multi-edge loops just to get a couple. There we go. Because again, we want to make sure that we're gonna. Oh, actually, we don't need to do all that. There we go. Just breaking them up into three. Pardon me. Into three polygroups helps out so much. But yeah, Peter. Who knows, man? Who knows if you're happy to help? I like to think you do. Oh, I already kind of did that. Let's go. Yeah, let's bring this one up. There we go. And then we'll grab this guy right here and drag that back down. Okay. And we're going to do is send all of these home. So we're going to turn off symmetry. And we're going to send each and every one of these home. Make sure it's actually there. There we go. Go, send that home. Okay, so we have a single strand tip, a wide strand, a second wide strand variation, and then a thin strand of hair. I guess this one could be considered thin too, but I'm thinking what I want to do is actually bevel some of these edges. So to do that easily, I'm just going to crease. I'm going to crease these edges, and then I'm going to use geometry crease to actually to create that bevel. It's a lot cleaner of approach, in my opinion. Actually, let's create like that. There we go. Just a little bit of a bevel to that. Just shared one on the Discord, but there's also a commitment speech he gave about at an art school where he talks about how he always imagines one day someone will find out he's a fraud and he's just been making up stories about his whole adult life. That's crazy. The man will show up with a tie and a clipboard and hand a tie to Neil and say, "All right, no more silly stories. Time to be a grown-up and work a grown-up job." Exactly. That's funny. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, my throat's killing me. All right. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Okay. Now that we have our basic hair shapes that we want to work with, what we're going to do is come up here to our brush. Thank you. And create multi-insert brush. So if you have more than one subtool, this is what you'll want to select. And now you have all these different strands up here. And if we go to our sphere, we did a test last night. Back it up. There we go. If we just draw it out, it's not going to do anything. So we need to come up and make a few changes. First change we need to make is actually, we'll close that down. Is we'll come up to stroke. So let's actually pop that off to the side. Wrong side. I would like it over here. All right, so first thing you want to do is come to stroke, curve, and turn on curve mode. And the other thing you want to do is actually go to curve modifiers and hit size. And then for hair, I like to actually create this kind of shape where it tapers down, but you have just a little bit of an influx. Hey, Slowby, how you doing? Welcome in. Happy Friday. Yo, Witch Cat. Hello.
Stream Raiders now?
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right, that sounds good. Let's start Stream Raiders. Let's load it up. Here, let's pop that on real quick. Yay, Friday! I know, it's super awesome, right? All right. Let this load. Okay. We have a mystery one to start off with, which is nice. Kill 3 ranged units. I think I can do that. I'm still placing Orc Slayers. Okay. Which hopefully we'll be able to do that now. Let's see here. Orc Slayer. Right in the beginning. Yep, there he is. And let's just drop it right here. Alright. Okay. And now the other thing we want to do actually is minimize stroke. Because now we have it, and it's all going to connect. But it's also going to be kind of weird. It's not going to connect the way that we want it to. You can see here it's all jaggy and stuff. So we now need to open up brush. Let's put that here. And then we have depth, which you can use. I like to actually keep it pretty neutral. So let's embed it by 0. And then we're going to go to modifiers. And triparts are usually turned on. We're going to turn that off. Turn on weld points. And then turn on stretch. I'm sorry, we need triparts on. Yep, we need triparts on because we have 3 different polygroups. But there it is right there. So that way we get a nice kind of clean edge with a little bit of a fall off, which is good. Now we can adjust this fall off if we need it to by going back up to stroke, just down here. And we can actually change that if we want a wider tip or if we want a little bit less of a shape, which is nice. And this should work for all of ours. And if it doesn't, if we pick a new one and it doesn't work, then we need to go and just make those changes as well back to the brush setting. So modifiers, weld point, stretch. There it is. So we just need to do this for every single one. Weld point, stretch. Tap it, it connects. And last one. Here's our thin one. There we go. Single strand. Go back to stroke for a second. Okay. Oh, it looks like there's an issue with my thin one because I actually don't have it on the proper color scheme. So we need to go back to that and adjust that, which is this guy right here. So let's actually make that a single. So that's my problem. So you need to break that up. It doesn't really matter. We could just go ahead and do this. Grab that. There we go. Let's remake that and try and make it one more time. So you have to, when you're using tri-parts, using 3 different poly groups, you want to make sure that there are the solid poly groups, not the way I had it before, which was like this, which gave us different poly groups. That's just going to break your brush. So you want to make sure each one has just 3 poly groups only. So that was my mistake. So we'll go ahead and we unfortunately have to recreate the insert multi-mesh, and then we have to redo that whole process, but that's okay. Curve mode, size, change that around, slide influx. Really simple stuff. Just a little bit of back and forth. 0 embed. And let's go to modifiers, weld stretch, weld stretch, weld stretch, weld stretch. You shouldn't have to change anything else too, unless you absolutely 100% want to. Let's come back here. There it is. Single strand looks pretty good. Wide strand looks good. Second wide strand looks good. And final thin strand looks good. So there we go. And then if we just touch right here and hit D on the keyboard, we can kind of see that the shapes that we've made have given us a little bit of just variation in height, which is what we want. And once we like what we get, then we can go ahead and actually come here to this part, come on, and save as. And what I'm going to do, go to documents. No, not documents. I have a spot for this. Go to our work drive. We'll go to our IR Sculpt brushes. And we're going to call this IR Hairbrush INM Hairbrush. Version 1. And so you can see here I've made a rope brush, a sash brush, braids, chains, and cables. And now I have a hairbrush. I'm thinking about releasing all these brushes that I make on my Patreon. So if anybody's interested, I'll actually tier that in tier 1, tier 2, just for people who support in general. You guys can have the hairbrushes if you like them. They'll just be available for you to grab them if you're a supporter. So, but now we could come here to our Chun-Li and Vega. Now we can come in and let's fix his hair because I don't like it. So we're gonna go ahead and save this as a new version. Hey, thank you so much, Animator R. Thank you so much for the follow. I need some water. 1 second. Okay. So let's go ahead, go to work drive, folder, Chun-Li versus Vega. We're in the pose section now. We're gonna do iteration 15. And now we're gonna go ahead and actually start cleaning this up. So I did a lot of like clay buildup with him. And while that's kind of cool, it's just not, it's not good for the piece I'm doing right now. I don't really like it. So what we'll do is we'll come up to geometry, Z-remesher, turn off adapt, and then there's no different poly groups. We're just gonna see what we can get. We don't have symmetry turned on, so let's go ahead and say, let's start with 5. That might be a good chunk, and let's just hit Z-remesh. Oh my god, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright, alright. Catch a ride. That's all I think about when I say alright, alright. Hopefully there's Borderlands fans in the house. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Now we can come up and let's see here. Let's grab this color real fast. Let's grab this blonde color. And let's grab our paintbrush and just fill that color so that we have it. And yeah, that's already looking a lot better. Now let's go ahead and manipulate it. And we are going to end up cutting the hair with his head as one piece when we print it, so we can actually play around a little bit with relaxing some of this and making it so that it's a clean cut line and set ourselves up for success with making it as seamless as possible. So looking at how the hair flows against his neck is going to be really what I'm focused on right now. Have I watched The Room from 2019? No, I haven't. I know you recommended it a little while ago, and I've been meaning to. It is on my movie list, but I have seen The Room, not 2019, and that movie is amazingly horrible. Oh, hi, Mark. There is something to be said about that movie, though. It is, in my opinion, marked as one of the greatest horrible movies of all time. And I secretly love it. I'm glad he was able to kind of get behind his own joke a little bit after a while. Although in the beginning when it was first released, he did not appreciate people, quote, laughing at it. The story of how it was made is fascinating too. Oh, absolutely. Is that the one with... Yeah, the disaster artist, yeah. Same to be said about Clue. Oh, Clue is amazing. No, not that one. Okay, not that one. Clue is amazing. I love Clue. Did you know, little random fact about Clue, when it was first released, this is how I heard it. We can double check it. I like fun facting stuff. Supposedly when Clue was first released, there was already multiple endings in place, but each theater got a different ending. So it was to help kind of, quote, prank and confuse people when they would talk about the ending of the movie. Now they just, when you see it on like Stars or you see it on Netflix or something, you just see the whole, you see all the possibilities. Yeah, red herring, yeah. But really, really exciting if that's exactly what happened. So they made people argue about it. Yeah, that's how I heard it happened. My mom told me that story. So that'd be super hilarious. I hope that's the case, but that's what I've heard, and I hope it's super true. Cause fuck yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's how they lost money and interest. Is that how it is? Well, you gotta try something, right? You gotta be the first to try something. So, you know. Why not? Alright, we're gonna kind of relax, smooth this down a little bit. And then we're gonna go ahead and hit D so we have a clean surface to work with. So we're dynamically subdividing, which you all know means nothing. It's bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Now let's go ahead and take our... You see here, I tried a lot of brushes last night to make sure I knew what I was doing. But now I got my main one, and we're going to go ahead and grab... And we're going to kind of go ahead and make some adjustments. Okay, that for some reason is... Alright, let's go depth. Oh, that's really high up there. Embed. Let's change that embedding. There we go. I was like, that's confusing. Why is that like that? Kind of open this up a little bit. Make bigger strands. There we go. I'm going to tap that there. We're going to go ahead and take the move brush. Kind of just start manipulating that. Even rotate that around a little bit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's true. I've heard it from a lot of places. Well, that's good. Yeah. One would hope. Yeah. I'm always super impressed with when things like that happen. I'm going to go ahead and control. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and hit control and just move these around as I need them. Go. That way I don't have to keep moving the same thing over and over again. And just to make life easy on ourselves, let's turn off Chung-Li in the base. So we don't need that. And also with our books, I'm just going to go ahead and start throwing the books back up in the base folder. There we go. Now we just have him to work with. I might need to watch Clue tonight. It's so good. Oh, it is so good. Alright, also too, his mask is not part of him anymore. It is now part of the base. Bloop. So let's do that. Okay. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that they were making Clue with Ryan Reynolds. As much as I love Ryan's, I don't really want to see them remake that movie. Yeah, as much as I love Ryan Reynolds too, which you guys know. Yeah, there's some movies that I never want to get remade. For example, besides Clue, Princess Bride, I never want to see that movie get remade. Some movies deserve to be left alone. You know, they are perfect the way they are, and we don't need to remake them. You know, and as much as I can understand, like wanting to what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I guess modernize, but I mean, even still, it's not a modern story. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, I get the need to want to like revive something, but at what cost? You know, like, I don't know. It's not necessary, is my point. Ryan Reynolds is amazing. He's an amazing businessman. He's a hilarious person. I mean, yeah. There we go. Let's take this. Yeah. I mean, I like probably the majority of his movies. I'm a guy who will admit I love Blade 3 because of Ryan Reynolds. And Jessica Biel as well really just helps sell that movie. Wesley Snipes? Yeah, it's Wesley Snipes. You know, like Jean-Claude Van Damme. You get what you get with him. You made me want gin, and I don't even like gin. I have his gin. I don't like gin. I have his gin, and his gin is fucking good. It's not bitter. It doesn't need... You could drink that shit straight. It is delicious. So if there are anybody in here who loves alcohol, yeah, gin, you got to get that for sure. All right, auto masking. Let's hit topological at this point. Make sure we could just move the one we want. Okay, we're actually going to now pick wide strand 2 for some variety. It's all about variety here. Why is that so? Oh. Okay, I definitely need to adjust the depth of this stuff. So let's go 0. 0. I didn't adjust it for everything. You have to adjust it for everything. Which is so stupid. Wide strand 2. There we go. Okay, let's resave this brush out so that I don't have to keep doing that every single time. So save as. Come here to Zbrush work. Brushes. IMM. Hairbrush. Save. Actually, I haven't been to a liquor store since I started seeing a lot of really convincing tweets. Yeah. Haven't bought it yet, but I'm planning to. Yep, you have to. Yeah, I love it. It's super good. It's delicious. It's powdered sugar. Alright. Out of groups. Let's turn topological off for a second. There we go. There we go. Let's kind of make sure we're even going to come through and kind of like inflate some of this stuff. So, really excited. Gonna head out for now. Later, Corrine. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Kind of butchered this size a little bit, so let's adjust it. Gonna end up kind of burying that a little bit, which is fine. Alright, yeah, that's actually looking a lot better in my opinion. Getting some good shapes happening. Go ahead. This way we can just get really nice and clean hair. And then we'll just merge it a little bit together and it'll be nice. We also get a couple hair strands around his face. What you even do here is mask this part off. We want to try to, quote, speed this up. And we can come around and copy it here. Yeah, let's do that. We can kind of push this in. Like such. There we go. There we go, there we go. Just kind of place them in there. And it's okay that they're kind of coming to an end right here because we're just going to end up having strands wrap across. So it looks like his hair kind of gets tucked underneath a little bit. Now slow down the intensity just so we're not dragging so fast. Which I really love to do. It's a nice little trick. There we go. Alright. But yeah, Z, if you're still here, I remember I was actually the other day realizing I was pressing really hard on the tablet as I was sculpting, and that pressure just right here after a while becomes overwhelming. So yeah, I totally get the rest in the wrist. Have to like not press so hard. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Let's save it. Chung-Li post. Vega post right here, and save. Alright. Alright, let's go back to our brush. And let's do another couple wide strands like such. The totes get a screen protector. I had a heavy hand before and scratched my XP pen. Oh yeah, I have a little small section I scratched too. That's a great idea. I should definitely do that. Do you have any that you recommend, J-Crew? I also realized that half the scratching of the XP pen for me came from not changing my nibs enough. So I definitely started doing that more often. And then also to becoming part of the quote right click club, which is a real thing. Paul Gabriel talks about it a lot. Which is just like, oh yeah, you know, you're a right clicker or you're a screen grabber. It's just how you navigate in Zbrush. It's hilarious. Alright, so we want this hair to make sure it's kind of flowing around. Right click army, right. Right click army, yes. Yep. I know, you know what's funny? I just recently heard about that's a thing. And I have to laugh at at those things. I do both, depending on how zoomed. If I'm super zoomed in, it's definitely right click, so I don't have to come up here. But if there's enough real estate to just have my pen go down, that's what I do. I flip flop. I don't take sides. Matte anti-glare screens for the win. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Gonna have to check that out. Let's go ahead and do just light inflate. There we go. Stuff like such. Take our normal move brush and kind of poke that back in just a little bit. There we go. And we'll have some hair strands coming out the other way too. We'll put these bangs in last. I think I do both. I honestly, I know I mostly right click these days, but it's not like I think about it. Right. So you honestly don't know. Yeah, switching to other programs right after right clicking is weird though. It is, yeah. I think that's the argument some people hold, is that they're like, hey, just so you know, you know, I do this thing, and they're like, but if you come to these other programs, you're gonna have a hard time. So I've definitely heard that, which makes sense. All right. Now I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and actually split unmasked. I'm gonna go ahead and Control-Shift-D. I'm gonna drag that over to the side a little bit, and then I'm gonna go ahead and hit mirror and weld. And then I'm gonna delete hidden on the duplicate. And see if we can kind of make this work, which I can tell you already, that's not gonna work. That's a pain in the ass. Bad idea. Bloop. Just gonna have to go ahead and draw our own out. Luckily, Maya uses the same system as ZBrush, so you don't get controls mixed up. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, they have a sample order where you can spend a couple bucks and try out a few screen samples. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna have to take a look at this, because if it prolongs my my tablet, then I'm definitely on board. Thank you. If I spend 75% of my time in ZBrush and right-click makes me faster there, it's worth the time lost on remembering how to navigate in Maya. It only takes a minute. Right, because you do it enough, right? That makes sense. That makes total sense. Hey, I say whatever works. Whatever gets the job done. That's what matters. It's my go-to.
Immigrants, we get the job done.
Hamilton!
Put it in chat. Right.
Should have put it in chat. So many people would appreciate that. Maya currently does not have the same system as Zbrush right click, which is most of how I navigate Zbrush. Oh, that's funny. I always say if it works, it ain't wrong. Right? Yeah. If it works, what was it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That was the thing we used to say at the machine shop all the time. Especially since, you know, coming from a machinist background, that's actually a big problem in machining, is that when something works for too long perfectly, you automatically assume it's wrong and you want to fix it or reinvent it to make it, quote, just a little better. I can't tell you how many times we've had arguments when I was in the shop, and it was just like, we don't need to do that, guys. It's okay. No. It's gonna be better. Watch. All day later. Okay. All right. There we go. Airplane sounds or train sounds from inside? Which sound do you like more? Ooh, I get both, so I honestly prefer airplane sounds. Can't tell you why. There's no real reason. I get excited when I hear both. But yeah. Just when you thought you knew. What about you, Martin? What about you? I think I prefer train sounds. I also don't know why. Yeah, isn't it weird? How many people here love playing with miniatures? If you had a little miniature toy or a little miniature object handed to you, I think I would just start playing with it. Makes me feel taller, even though I'm tall. I'm a giant. Well, yeah, all the time, right? I knew you were all my peeps. There's no doubt in my mind. I have a little Indiana Jones figure I had printed a while back. I play with it a lot. He lives on my desk. Nice. I like both, but I think I prefer train sounds just because I feel more comfy and relaxed. Well, there are, in this, I mean, interesting you bring up the comfy part of it. I never considered that, but there are different train sounds. Like, an airplane sound is pretty consistent, although depending on the big size, you know, the size of the jet or whatnot, but I would say there are more variations of train sounds because in the city we get metro trains. We've actually had like, I don't want to call them old-timey trains, but you know, we've had we have like a train museum near us, so we actually get older working trains coming through, which sound completely different when they're coal driven. And then we also have or maybe they're converted to gas, but then there are also like cargo trains, which sound completely different because they're slow and they have like 2 or 3 engines attached to them. They sound super different. So maybe trains are more interesting. My D&D group did that once when our DM got miniatures. We all screwed around like little kids. Hell yeah. My daughter has all these Funko Pops, and they're missing a bit of their base. But as I was standing there, kind of helping her with her homework and stuff like that, she had these Funko Pops there, and she was figuring something out, and I just started playing with them and knocking them over and stuff. And she just looked at me, and it was just like, "You've played with my toys more than I play with them." I'm like, "That's your problem." Not quite sure what to say there, little girl, but maybe play with your toys more. Oh, battle's ready? Already? The battle is ready? Sweet. All right, 1 second and we'll get to it. Trying to layer underneath a little bit before we put the strands over it so that it makes sense as we see a flow. Yeah. You know, like texturing for some people, including myself, I find actually... I used to find hair a pain in the ass, but now I'm actually like... I really like doing hair on my sculpts. It's oddly satisfying. There we go. I'll put another strand on top here in a minute. Maybe smooth that down a bit. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. And let's do stream riddles! Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, alright. Ooh, Death Sacrament, you got like Bill Cipher happening over there. Is that who it is? Oh, but it was cool. Get it, get it, get it. Oh. Nice, nice, nice. All right. All right. Carde and J. Crew. Good job, good job. I think the modeling and the texturing process in 3D modeling is the most satisfying to me. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go up. Trying really hard to get to this warrior to 20. Let's do it. All right, there we go. Right button. All right, let's take a couple of these single strands. Can really manipulate it that way. UV mapping, however, no thanks. You know, I am, yeah, Martin, I pretty much agree with that statement. I will say that it is not starting to bother me as much as it used to, which I find to be very interesting developments on that front. But it used to bother me so much. Now, not so much anymore. Maybe I'm just used to it. Okay. Yeah, I'm spending all this time trying to smooth this out when I should be able to. Why is this one so wavy? This one's kind of curly. Like, I like that, but I don't like that. So let's go with the thin strand. There we go. Let's put that there. Yeah. And actually what I want to do, I want to make an adjustment. So I'm going to come up to stroke, and then I'm going to come up to curve. I'm actually going to turn on, I'm not going to save it this way, but I'm going to turn on lock start. And I'm going to make sure that I start it right here. And that way that's always going to be there, and I can kind of just make sure that it goes the way I want it to be. Now we'll take this brush and we'll move it up. I've started not hating UVs as much too. I think partly because the tools have gotten easier. Retopo is getting worse as tech improves, and we are getting higher poly counts though. Retopo is the worst part for me. Retopo is the worst part. That's actually why I'm super excited I never really have to deal with it. It is a blessing. Whoops. I made a copy of it. I made a copy. Here we go. Tell you, not dealing with retopo is probably the best part of toys. Although there are some cases in which you should do it, even in toys. But that's only if you want something super clean. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and let's auto groups. And then we're going to go ahead and split hidden. Come on down. I'm going to go ahead and Control Shift D. And now we're going to copy this, kind of rotate this around. Bring this up. And we'll end up manipulating this to be where we want it. I can agree with that because trying to figure out how to get your geo to work while on a poly limit or even with the shapes you have created can be a pain. Yeah. Retopo for me as well. I think UVs are therapeutic. Yep. Yeah, I think the UVs, with the UVs it's because you finished all the retopo and then it's just cutting all the parts. Exactly. Yep. You cut it and then you get to walk away. It's usually pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, UVs have gotten more forgiving too with all the 3D texturing software like Substance and now Marmoset. Oh my gosh, Marmoset actually makes things a lot easier now. I was in somebody's stream, I think it was a Pixo stream actually, and we were there's just a guy asking about texturing. And I had said, you know, Marmoset textures really well now. And oh no, it was in Russia's stream. And he's like, well, you can't do it like you can do in Substance. And I'm like, actually, no, you can't. They have a whole texturing setup now, which is really awesome in my opinion. I'm really excited about that. Okay. Come on. Why is it? I want this one. Thank you. Don't do that to me. All right, yeah, we kind of want this one to tuck in a little bit. We want this to come around and then tuck back in. So that's gonna look pretty cool. But then we're gonna switch this, grab this orange one, bring this up a little bit, have this overlap. It'd be really cool. Yeah, plus with the ability to use UDIMs in Substance as well as in some game engines now, it's really nuts what we are able to do. Yep, absolutely. Now you can, and kind of even better from what I can tell. It looks like I have more control with Marmoset. I haven't upgraded yet. I'm planning on covering some Marmoset stuff soon in streams. So I'm learning the texturing process in it right now, and it seems what I really like about it, the best feature so far, is you can stack materials on top of each other. You know, like in Substance, you can add like layers, and then you could stack those materials with layers and use masking and stuff. You could do that same process within Marmoset, but it seems like they've created layers within the material itself, so you can have multiple materials working within itself. It's very interesting. I have to get a little bit more into it to kind of understand what I'm staring at, but it seems definitely like a huge improvement. So yeah, it's very cool. And I, you know, if you guys want, once I get it down a little bit more, I'll be willing to share that off, because there's not a whole lot of information right now on Marmoset Online. But slowly there will be, so. But I want to use it more, because I'm going to be using it mainly as a render engine, but now with some texturing, I might do some texturing stuff in there. Just to have some fun with it. Maybe for stuff just for render purposes. Since I still don't think I can bring any of that stuff over to actual 3D print. Which is my only complaint about texturing currently. But who knows, maybe that'll change. Nice. I know Nimlot is a fan. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. Although I don't think I've ever spoken to him a whole lot. Like, I know of him, but I haven't really had the pleasure. I think I met Ninlot in... Yeah, I met him in Cicada's stream. You guys know who Evening Cicada is. You can bring maps over and add them as displacement in Maya or Zbrush. They also make printers that print in color and X-rays prints up. Yeah, the color aspect I know, but Zbrush does not deal with normal maps. And while there are some displacement stuff, I have successfully failed at bringing over any type of actual displacement texturing back into Zbrush to display as the actual geometry that you can then turn around and 3D print. Now, as far as the color 3D printing goes, absolutely, I've seen that and it's beautiful. But I'm not saying it's impossible. I just haven't successfully done it, and I can't seem to find any information that would suggest it is possible to do that. But if you know, I will bug the crap out of you to show me. But I've tried countless times to bring in displacement maps into ZBrush and to apply it to the geo directly, and it fails each time. And it's just because I then learned later that ZBrush doesn't deal with normal maps at all. They just don't. And that's part of the issue. I hope that they will one day, but based on how it's built, I don't think they ever really will. At least that's my understanding. But again, that's only what I currently know, but if they do it, then you got my attention. I get a little too intimidated to talk to him directly. He's just so goddamn good. But I'll talk to students. That's funny. I have gotten to work in Maya, but only with displacement. Right, which I have gotten to get. I've gotten that too. It has to be a height map, but not a normal. And not normal, though. You can always convert normal to height, though. Interesting. It's something I haven't given up on. But maybe I could pick your brain later. Because I've successfully brought in displacement maps into Blender and applied it. But when I export out the OBJ or STL or FBX, it's only appears to be, maybe I've done it wrong too. That's possible. I would venture on the guess that I've done it wrong, but it only appears to be a projection. Yeah, even if you bake it. But I don't know. Like I said, work in progress. Trust me, if I could texture and then 3D print the physical texture, oh my gosh, that's a game changer. It's going to save me time on the sculpt phase. So let's come here real quick. Let's tuck that back in. Speaking of picking brains, when would be a good time to pick yours about cutting apart the model I'm trying to print? Oh, right now. Right now is a great time. I'm just doing hair, and this is going to take a while. So I would happily break away from this for 2 seconds to show you. Let me just finish this quick thought, and then we'll get into it. Thank you. I love the questions. Why can't you just do the normal process of creating your high res in Retopo and then bake the high res to get your normal map? Just curious. Well, because if you already have the high res for your sculpt that you're going to 3D print, there's no point in baking it. We're talking about strictly 3D printing using normal maps. So for example, with the game res version, right? Let's say you know, you create a high res, but you have plans on actually creating like actual suit texture within Substance. So you create your high res, but you don't actually have that. You don't have that suit texture on there, right? So then you go ahead and you bring that into Substance, and you create the suit texturing within Substance, and then you create a normal map and an AO map and a curvature and all that good stuff, and then you bake that. You cannot take that suit texture and bring it back into ZBrush and apply it as real geometry, even if you are having a displacement map. It just won't let you do that, to the best of my knowledge. So if you're trying to do the tedious stuff that you don't want ZBrush to do, but you want the power of Substance, I do not know how to actually take that physical texture that is being projected onto that suit, for example, and make it a reality. Where normally, like, you know, if I were to do all the texturing and I have my high res and ZBrush and I make that suit texture, it's already physically sculpted. Technically, you know, it's there, so then I can convert that STL and it recognizes it. But ZBrush does not recognize, it can create a normal map, but you cannot bring a normal map into ZBrush and make it, and project that detail back on and make it real. To the best of my knowledge. I've tried. So the only normal mapping that you can do in ZBrush is literally what ZBrush can create, not the other way around. It doesn't accept it. I've even tried doing stuff as taking the displacement maps into Photoshop, enhancing them, trying to stack them and bring them back. I've tried a bunch of different routes. It just doesn't seem to be possible. There we go. All right, that hair's looking pretty good. But this is one of those projects, see, that I'm really trying desperately to figure out. Because I think it would be such a game changer if you could do that. Because it would save so much time. If I can create a low-res shirt, create some UVs, even sloppy ones, in ZBrush, and then bring it into Substance, texture the crap out of it, and then project it back and make it real, that would be awesome. You think you can do that with bump and displacement map? I've tried that, but I have not been successful doing that yet. Oh, with surface. Ooh, interesting. I have not tried that. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that. Okay, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to try that. Because if you could do that... Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, I really, really like that. If I have a file I would like you to test, let me know. For sure. Ooh, I really like that surface idea. Oh my god. Look at you. All right, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to write that down right now. Okay, so let's see here. Let's just create a new note. And let's see here. Texture surface. And we'll just go ahead and say try to bring displacement. So I'm writing this down. I like that idea. From Substance to ZBrush through surface noise. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Thank you for the wonderful idea. We actually... Okay, hold on one second. Okay, we might try that now. Right after I show you how to cut. So let me just do this real quick thing. I'm going to come over here and copy. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit paste. And we're going to delete this one. Okay. We're going to try that with this sash. We'll go ahead and just scale the sash up, and we'll give that a shot here in a second. Okay, so for cutting. The biggest thing is not creating a normal map, but a black and white map. Normal maps are a different beast altogether, and really only work as normal maps unless you convert them. Yeah. Works best with the UVs though. Okay, that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to go through how I cut my models for Kamara, and then we're going to take this sash. We're going to create some UVs. They'll be sloppy, but just for demonstration purposes, we'll go ahead and we'll create some UVs, and then we'll bring this into Substance real quick. We'll go ahead and try to export out a displacement, and then use that for the texture. We'll try that. It'll be a game changer. Okay, so for cutting, Kamara, you ready? Are you ready? Let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna do, let's go back to my stash real quick. Let's save this hair progress. I don't know if I did. Let's go to the cylinder here. Insert sponge drop. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. All right, awesome. Okay, so the very first thing before, okay, this part's important. Before I start cutting up my parts, I automatically set the scale size because we want to make sure that our cut difference, our cuts are consistent throughout each part. So if we set our scene scale, then that's going to help us out the most when prepping for 3D print. So we're going to take a normal cube. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that by hitting Control-Shift-D, and we're just going to go ahead and hide that one. And then this, I'm going to name this 1 inch, this top one. Okay, so I'm going to come up to Z plugin. I'm going to go to Scale Master, and I'm going to hit Set Scene Scale, and it's just going to give me some options. Keep it in millimeter. So I click 2 millimeter. Now I'm going to go ahead and change the scale to be 1 inch, which is 25.4 millimeter. And I'm going to go ahead and hit Resize Subtool. Sometimes you might get an error. Just hit OK. That error is normal. Then I'm going to go back to Z plugin, hit Scene Scale, and confirm that it is 25.4 millimeters. You with me so far? that part's the easy part, right? So now each time we go to take a look at a subtool, and we hit and we come up to 3D Print Hub and say update size ratio, we should be presented with the same size because this is the same shape. And we hit OK. But now I'm going to cut this to be, I'm going to cut this. And what I like to do is use live Boolean for cutting. And I like to use deformation for setting certain sizes. And I'll show you in a second what I'm talking about. So let's say we want to cut this cube. And we're going to use a plain 3D for this. Yes, I do. I love reptiles. I actually have a bearded dragon. Let's go ahead and bring this bad boy up. Where are we? There we go. Okay, so I'm going to use a plane to create a custom key and then to cut that model. So first what I do is I position where I want my key to be, where I want that cut to happen. And we're just going to cut this one in half. So first I kind of position my plane 3D the way I want it. And then I'm going to Z-remesh this a couple times because it's pretty dense. And we don't need this kind of dense geometry. So I'm going to go to Z-remesher and I'm just going to half the Z-remesh a couple times. Something like that. And then you get this kind of corruption right here. You can just go ahead and select what you want and delete the rest if that bothers you, but it doesn't really matter. Delete hidden. Scale that back up. Okay. Now, I'm going to turn on transpose, or transparency, I'm sorry, because we want to see exactly where our key is going to cut. And we want it as much in the middle of that object as we can get it. So that's where the transparency comes in. And then I'm going to go to Z Modeler Brush. And I'm going to select where I want my key to be. Which for me, it's going to be right about there. Which with a cube, it's easy to guess that it's in the middle. And then because we're working with a single-sided surface, I'm going to go ahead and hit Extrude, Poly All. I'm going to drag this out just a little bit. And if you're curious about wall thickness, or how tall this is going to be, turn on your gizmo, hit Y on the keyboard, and now you can kind of drag out a measure. And right now this key is going to be about 6 millimeter tall. Now the reason why we get this measurement is because we set our scene scale, which is very important. So that's why that was the first step, and that was the most important step. Set that scene scale so that way you know how big your object is, because you don't want to have too thin of a wall. You want your wall to be about no less than 1.2 millimeter if you can help it. That's pretty thin already. I try to keep my wall thickness more like around 2 millimeter if I can get away with it. But sometimes you really can't. And sometimes, you know, you need a giant key in there. So just try to keep mindful of your wall thickness. Am I going too fast? You with me still? Yeah, it is pretty handy. I like it. Well, it's cool. I have a bearded dragon named Harry Potter, and he's just a baby. So cute. My dragon's name is Roger, and he's in brumation right now. He's been in brumation for like 2 months, and he's lazy as fuck. Okay, you're with me. Cool. Now that we have our basic key shape, I don't like dealing with squares. You want your key to be tapered so that it's easy to insert. A lot of times I'll see people with square keys, and what they don't tell you is that you're actually going to have to do a lot of sanding because the sharp edges are so sharp in 3D printing that they kind of curl in, creating the smallest little lip that you can't see, but I will tell you, it will stop you from putting anything into that hole. So we're going to go ahead and select the end of the key, and we're just going to scale that tapered. Doesn't matter how you do it, just taper it, and you'll be fine. And now we have this, and we're going to turn double on, which I have here, but if you're wondering where it's at, display properties and double. Now we can see that we've created a custom key that has both a male and a female insert. And this is why I do it this way, because it basically saves you time and effort. Now from here, let's go ahead and turn off transparency. And we're going to go up to dynamic. We'll do that under Geo. Dynamic subdivision, turn that on. And let's take a look at what we get. And this is what we get. It's really, really gross. So that's not going to work for us. So we need to do one extra thing with this key, and that's give it some support. So we can do it one of two ways. You can just crease around the edges and be done with it, or you can give it kind of like a fall off, which is what I like to do. So we're going to go ahead and take our Z modeler brush, go to the edge, insert single edge loops. And we're just going to give some supporting edge loops on any spot that there is an edge. So that this way, when we hit dynamic subdivision, it's actually going to give us a nice tapered edge without rounding off any of the, without actually bowing it. Any updates for your work? Yeah. Martin, what's happening? So now we have this key, and you can save this out if you want. You can make this its own custom brush, so you can go ahead to here, say, let's actually copy this real quick. Let's put it in its own spot, make polymesh 3D, paste, delete this guy. You can go ahead and make this a custom brush if you're satisfied with it by going and saying create insert brush, say new, and then you can save that out as a brush if you want, because then you can go ahead and come back and start dragging out keys if you so desire. But for tutorial purposes, we're just going to move forward. So now what we're going to do is we're going to turn on our dynamic subdivision, and we're going to apply a thickness. Now here's the cool part, right? So let's solo this out. And then I think my math for the thickness was 0.2. Because now that we set our scene to 1 inch, what we can do is take the gizmo, grab our transpose tool. Yeah. So 0.2 thickness gives us about 0.4 millimeter cut, which is a lot of space. That's a good chunk of space. So that's a fairly decent cut size right there. So we'll go ahead and apply that, which is what we want to do. And again, that's why we set scene, because we want to make sure we can measure. And then now we have our cube. Let's put it in a folder. Call this cut. Now, real quick, I'm going to double back for a second. I'm going to make sure that it's not applied, that we're still working with dynamic. Here's a thing I want to tell you that is a big common mistake. If you go ahead and say live Boolean, right? Which I have it right here. It's going to show you that it's cut even when it's just, even though it's just dynamically subdivided, which if I skipped over that too quickly, put it in a folder, have the tool you want to cut on top, and have your cutting tool on the bottom, and then put that little half moon in there. Click that, and that will demonstrate it. That's solid, that's union, that's cut. If you go ahead and hit Boolean folder without applying, thank you so much, Volter, for the follow. If you go ahead and hit Boolean folder without applying that dynamic cut, what will happen is it will cut it, but it will cut it as a single-sided surface, and that's not big enough to actually make a difference. So your cut is actually going to be wrong. So we need to delete that. So you need to make sure that with your key that you apply that dynamic so that it is real geometry for Zbrush to do its math. Then we go ahead and hit Boolean folder. And now you're presented with this. And if you did everything right, go ahead and hit auto groups. And now you're presented with two different sections. And you have a female cut and a male cut that fit perfectly within each other. And this 0.4 millimeter thickness is small. It looks massive on screen, but it is so small to the human eye that you're not even going to notice it when you glue this together and you measure it. You're not going to notice that much of a gap difference. But you can play around and see which numbers work best for you and the machine you're using, or the machine that you know your clients are using. Yeah, 1 second. So how'd that work for you, Kamara? And then what you could do, of course, is just select, and then you can separate those parts if you want when you export them. But there it is. And this works for everything. And this is how I make all my cuts. Awesome. Great. Yay. So go ahead and give that a shot. And like I said, I like to create custom keys. I used to be a fan of making a couple brushes that had custom keys in it, male and female components, then you spend the time cutting. But what's really cool about using a plane, and I did it with my Gwynam, and I did it with a few other things, you can actually take the plane and then you can actually shape that and make your key kind of curved. So if you're trying to cut an arm, for example, and you want to cut the deltoid, you can create a plane to then kind of wrap around where that deltoid is, so you can actually have it shaped, and then create your key so that it makes a seamless thing. So I use the Plane 3D because it's so easy to manipulate that one subtool, then make your key custom to that shape, and it's pretty simple from there. Time to go play with my model. I've been dragging my feet and trying to cut this thing for like a month now. No problem. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. I did make a YouTube video about it as well on my YouTube channel. Which, Martin, if you don't mind dropping that for me. I did kind of the same rundown with that on my using live Boolean. So go ahead and if you have any questions, you can check that too, or just ask me again. I have no problems going over it. We can even kind of clip this again and update. But yeah, let's do. Look at you. Of course, anytime. I just want to do it. I love it. I'm glad that was helpful. Let's stream raid battle. Whoop. All right. Do. Murder. Oh, Selena's coming in hot. Followed by J. Crew with those assists. Thank you, Martin, by the way, for dropping that. Alright, winner is Salinas. Yeah, well deserved too. Came in and just started murdering people. Love it. Alright, here we go. Level 4, level 4. Alright. Alright. Let's go back. And alright, now what we're gonna do is let's go ahead and try to do this this one little trick that we're learning. Oh, this is ugly. This is gonna get welded. So for trying this out, let's go ahead and apply this. And we're just gonna make some bullshit UVs. We're just trying this. We're not gonna go for perfection. So let's come on up over here to UV Master. Gonna turn on poly groups and turn off symmetry because we're not symmetrical. And then we're just gonna go ahead and unwrap it. And let's try this displacement map trick. All right. Perfect. And then if we go back and let's just flatten this, you can see just how ugly that is, but we don't care. All right, unflatten that. All right. So we have this guy. Now let's go ahead and export this out. We'll call this test. And we're gonna actually, I like to use FBX for everything. That's just me. And let's just go ahead and put it here. And we're gonna go visible. FBX 2020 is actually not that bad, so I don't mind using that. Don't export the cameras, we don't need that. Okay, that should be fine. Alright, let's see if we can, let's open up Substance. Put that down. Let's go Substance. File location. Oh. Yeah, that's right. It's actually under, I have it under Steam. So I think I have a shortcut for that. Nope, okay. I need to go into Steam. Needs to be updated. Go figure. Man, this will be so cool if we can use surface noise for this stuff. It makes sense because they have a bunch of those materials already kind of baked that way. And I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Because... no, don't really care for that. Okay, let's go to my library. Substance Painter 2020. And launch that shit. If I don't get updated to Substance 2021, I'm actually not upset by that. Because I now have Marmoset 4. And Marmoset 4 is pretty awesome. So, I'll be okay with that. I think they're getting rid of the Steam stuff anyway, so I don't think they're going to support it anymore. Might take a second. I haven't loaded up in a while. Mironas, is that how you say your name? Okay, Substance Painter, there it is. Just gotta put this over here. And let's just go File, New. Yeah, OpenGL's fine. Let's go ahead and select our file. Let's go to Desktop, and let's go to Test. Open that up. And okay. And we should have our sash in here. And considering they're just stupid UVs, that actually works out pretty well. Okay, so let's just go simple. Let's take Fabric Suit and let's just drop that on. So we're not really caring about how amazingly detailed or anything is. We're just doing this for a test. Kind of rotate that around. Let's actually do triplanar. I feel like I get better results with that. And then, so we do want the height, normal, rough, You don't need metal. We can use the color too, why not? Okay. Pattern? Let's do mesh. Find intensity, let's move that up. Yeah, that's looking pretty decent. We don't need weathering, it's a sash. Actually give it kind of a red color. Okay. This makes sense, right? All right. Okay. That should be all I really want to do with it. That should tell us what we need to know. Let's go ahead and let's bake our maps. Wait, cancel. You want to do this with displacement, right? This is probably the part where I feel like I've done it wrong. Do I need it? I think I need to add a displacement here. This is probably where I'm at. Well, let's just go ahead and bake it. Let's see what we got. Bake maps. Yeah, let's just go high res. Don't need world space. Don't really need. I don't really care to have ID. Or... yeah, that should be fine. For AO, we'll just leave it there. Let's just bake that. Okay. So, let's see. For this idea to work, we need to export the maps, right? Okay. Let's see. If I add a displacement map. May I ask what you're trying to achieve? Maybe I can help. So, okay. So here's the thing. This was brought up many a times. With texturing in Substance, what I'm trying to achieve is... you see how, if we go to layers, turn this off for a second, you just have my sash here, right? What I would like to do is actually, oh, Zbrush is, it's now not responding. What I'm trying to do is actually take textured maps, like displacement maps and stuff, and bring it into Zbrush and make it real geometry. So I can get better texturing done faster using these programs. It's now not responding. But bringing in normal maps, you cannot do in Zbrush. Bringing in displacement maps, apparently you can do, but it's weird. Zbrush can only make normal maps and can make other maps that you can use in other programs, but they don't accept them in. So here's what I'm trying to do. One of the, somebody mentioned, what if you went into Zbrush noise, surface noise, and brought that map in as a surface noise and then allow it to apply. So I just thought to bring this into Substance real quick, create a displacement map, which it's now causing it to freak out, and then bring that in through surface noise. If I'm able to do that with the sash, then this kind of changes my game on how I want to texture for 3D printing. And there's not a whole lot of people who I know who are doing it this way. And I've asked this question by a bunch of 3D printer gurus, and they all were like, we have never done that. Now, they have achieved bringing color in through color printers, through Substance and stuff. But normally, it's all projected. So that's what I'm trying to achieve. And why don't you use the cloth brushes and features to create the texture of linen or whatever? It's a new thing they added with the 2020 version. Oh yeah, no, I've done that before. I'm just trying to utilize Substance and Marmoset 4 more. I'm trying to find new ways of doing things. You know, of the whole, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, but I'm trying to fix it anyway. I've been trying to get this to work for some time, so it's always like the work in progress project on can I bring stuff like this in, and I just killed Substance Painter. This is also my problem with Substance Painter. It crashes on me more than it should. It really shouldn't be crashing this much. I know. This is actually my biggest problem with Substance. Yep, close it. It's just not going to work. How does Maya work if you used it before? Maya is great. My problem with Maya is that I don't feel like paying $200+ for software that that is underutilized. I don't use it that often. It's not something that I need in my workflow, so I don't use it. Maya was great when I was playing with it. I was never, quote, a guru of Maya. Let's try this one more time. I'm not going to give up on that. But I could use it enough. Everybody who uses it swears by it. I think it's a great program. I think it's overpriced for what it is. You know, this capitalization on charging anywhere between, you know, $200, $300, $400 a month or a year for the light version, which you don't have a lot of features. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's slightly overpriced because it's so popular. Like, charge me one time $1,200. I would pay. I was like, if I had the money, I'd pay then for that. But the subscription for the full version, I think, is like $2,000 a year US. For what? Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I love Substance when it was still owned company. Yeah, Maya Lite is $40 a month, but it doesn't have the features I want. Like, I would use it more if they had everything I wanted. Export displacement, the cloth, or download tile material from the internet, which almost has displacement map every time. Okay. Adobe considers it a feature. I know, exactly. Compared to Next, you use that in aerospace. Yeah, I use it in aerospace a lot. I use Maya in aerospace, Fusion 360. I use Mastercam and SolidWorks. Never put only in front of a number like that. Well, remember, my first Photoshop was $3,000. I didn't say only. It was $3,000 for Photoshop CS3. I still have the disc. Yes, I use Maya in aerospace. I was making nuts and bolts, so my knowledge of Maya isn't very extensive because I made nuts and bolts. And I'll tell you, you make one nut, you make one bolt, you've done it all. You just have variation heads of like 12-point heads, hex heads, you know, recess heads, the list goes on. Yeah. And then I broke away from it when I started getting into Zbrush. And then when I was a digital sculptor / graphic designer for the film industry, I never needed to use anything but Zbrush because we were making board games. So I broke away from that, and so much has changed that I go in and I kind of know the basics. I'm in aerospace right now, but we can't get anyone into again. Oh yeah, well. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. All right, Martin, okay, to then prove this pretty quickly, Martin, real quick, can you send me a link of something that you would recommend that has a displacement map for cloth material? I was just trying to like quickly like make something in Substance. I didn't really have a full line set up. Sure, sweet. Thank you, dude. I see that number now. I see that number now, and just rip the file in brackets. I can use. Yeah, there's a lot of people who do that, you know, and I don't condone it. You know, I understand people who do it. Send you a texture on Discord. Okay, cool. Then let's close Substance Painter because I don't really want to deal with that right now. Stop that crap. Go away. Thanks, buddy. Perfect. Okay, let's just go ahead and download the 2K version. There we go. Save. Okay. And this already looks like a super helpful site, so let's just bookmark this right now. All right, let's go back into Zbrush, which has not crashed on us. Shh. Be very quiet when we reiterate that. What's up, Sculpt Kid? Dude, what is happening? Okay. Now let's go to Surface. Let's open up Noise. Let's open up Open. Let's go to Downloads. Oh wait, hold on 1 second. Maybe it's zipped. Well, I'm off in, everybody. Going to stream some Control on PS4. Check it out later. Have fun, dude. Have fun. Okay. Let's... What did it give me? Okay. Oh. Aha. Okay. Let's go to Alpha. Let's go to Downloads. Oh, the alpha works. That makes sense. Which kind of figured it would. Let's turn that off for a second. But if I were to open... Okay, that's just opening up noisemakers. Yeah, so it allows me to do alpha stuff. Maybe if I go to... I go to texture. From mesh. Sorry, okay. Texture. Yeah, texturing will pretty much just open up a an import. Oh, nice, okay. Yeah. So okay, this is the one way to do it, yeah. It's a zip. Yeah. Yeah, the alpha stuff is great when you have the UVs. Absolutely. So that makes sense. Yep. And this is what I would generally use. So maybe you can do it with substance and stuff if you create your own. It'll probably just be playing with it a little bit more. Because then you can have something like this come in, and then you can actually apply that to mesh, and then based on its geo, it will do that. Okay, so I mean, the alpha system works. Maybe I'll just do that more often from now on. Which is fine. Okay. So maybe that's the only way to really do it, and that makes sense. Okay. I'll play around more with creating my own when it comes time to do it. Thanks, Martin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I never really considered to go through there, but making an alpha is just working with a JPEG, and there's like 100 ways to do that, which is nice. So cool. All right. How are you doing, Next Knox? Yep. Next Knox is in the house. There we go. Go ahead and create some more hair this way. I push that up there a little bit. Go like that. That's fine. There we go. How goes it, man? Create some big clumps right here, as if his hair is blown that way. Let's go ahead, auto groups. There we go. Now let's go ahead and actually inflate this a little bit. That way we don't have to add another strip in there. Oops. Just kind of move that up. And push that back down. There we go. So a little bit more control in the hair. Doing all right. Modeling something in Blender that should probably be doing in Space Claim. Yeah, if you have Space Claim, do it, man. Do it. Rustavid. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Actually, let's go ahead and get a thin strand. Something like that. We'll kind of go ahead and start blending that in a little bit more. There we go. Kind of open that up. Okay, cool. We'll have them all kind of blend to, kind of all have them come to a clump, which is what would happen when you braid it. So we want that effect. And bring that there. Once this all gets merged together, it's not really going to matter how the tips end, so we'll get the look we need. Let's do single strand. No, the single strand was a little weird. I think I need to fix that. I'm going to do kind of a wide strand. So where hair can get messy or really clean. Gotta really pay attention to how the hair flows. Inflate it a little bit. Some of the shapes in. There you go. Perfect. All right. Yeah, that's hidden perfect, so it doesn't really matter. What I can do is take this and duplicate it. Start pivoting this where we need it. No. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Tuck that in. Just want to make sure all that grabs. Cool. Now I think we might be able to take the clay buildup brush and actually kind of help blend some of this together. Even take the damn standard, push some of that in. Just kind of clean this up a little bit. Grab that right there and let's tuck that in. That's kind of in the way. There we go. And let's take this guy and actually just lightly inflate that together. I want it to all look like it's flowing in one direction, which I think we're getting a pretty decent effect. Hair just takes a lot of time. Let's actually go a little longer with that. We could tuck that in. We're just gonna make a bunch of quick strands. Or Vega's face always getting messed up, I know. Yep, Vega's face is hilarious. But you know, that's what you're gonna go in and try to fuck with Chun-Li, you got problems. Alright, so there we go. Cool. Let's clean some of this up. So let's go ahead and check everything. Let's auto group it. Then we can select very specific things. Kind of tuck that part back in a little bit. I don't mind using topological, but sometimes I feel like with hair, it can get a little crazy, so I'm really used to just mask selecting, and that seems to work out better for me. But topological is really cool too, which is another way to just grab a bunch of stuff. then here we want these braids to make sense, so we want to kind of drag this hair to kind of be flowing in this way. And then bring this down. Let's grab this one too. Let's bring this in. Come on. It's purposely not grabbing the one I want. You know which one I want. There we go. Don't be like that, Zbrush. Alright, battle's ready. Nice. And what I'm going to do to kind of hide some of this right here, what I mean by hide it is it's not quite flowing in this direction, so I'm actually going to take a strand and kind of overlap it on top. I think that might help me a little bit more get the effect I'm going for. Tuck this in a little bit. Like such. There we go. And then real fast, then we'll do Stream Raiders. We take this guy. We'll take the first white strand. Kind of come over here like this. Ooh. Solo that out. There we go. Okay, now that we have that, go ahead and just accept it. Ooh, that's spiraled. Actually, that's kind of what I want. So let's go back in here. Let's push that in. Kind of come up and kind of put this over. Let's go ahead and apply some thickness to that. We can do this thing where we kind of tuck it back into itself where it would make sense. Now we have this one strand that's kind of helping us cover in some of that, cover up some of that random effect. And let's actually kind of help vary that a bit. Take the inflate, taper that down just a bit more so it's not weird. And help move that back into place. And we can add a couple more strands to just sell the final effect. Let's take the thin strand. That in there. That under and over. Like that. Yeah, I think that's reading a lot better and will be a lot more consistent. With the rest of it, the piece. There we go. This kind of gap right here, though. And go ahead and inflate that. There we go. That little gap was bothering me. Cool. Whoops, wrong one. All right, let's do Stream Raiders. And then we'll save it. All right. Let's do it. Ooh, death is killing. Carday's assisting. Nice, nice. And there it is, there it is. Carde for the most kills and the most deaths. Alright, Death and J Crew, there you go. Alright. Some fun stuff. Alright, we have a boss to beat. But before we do, let's go to store real quick. We got scrolls to buy. Where are you? Let's refresh. I don't want any of those warrior scrolls. There we go. Archer scrolls are good. Bomber scrolls. Bomber scrolls. Bomber scrolls. All right. Centurion gets leveled up. Bomber, of course. And Archer. All right. Let's do it. You guys ready for this? Here we go, boss time. Right. Okay, now let's add a little bit more hair to Vega's head. We want some of the, what we want to do is actually create some supporting, hair strands that will help thicken up the feet a little bit and actually get more support to the model so that the balance is key. And so the way to do this is we can take a look at how hair is supposed to flow around something. And we can go ahead, let's see. Hair in face. Should be a safe enough search. Never know. All right, so what's really cool is just kind of the way we pay attention to how bangs are affected with wind and movement. And we can actually play around with some of this, thickening up where her feet meet his face, which is going to be kind of cool. We can also cover up some of the ugliness about our said sculpt that maybe we just don't like. But for right here, let's go ahead and actually push this up a little bit. And I'm, you know, get that looking right. Okay. So what we can do now is let's go ahead and grab this. Let's grab our hairbrush and now let's play a little bit more of this. And actually what I'm going to do here, let's solo this out. Actually going to drag this out as straight as I can get it. So we're going to do a little fun trick here. I'm going to use the bend curve to do this a lot. Okay, that's pretty straight. Go ahead and accept that, and then we're going to go ahead and mask unsplit. Like such. This is pretty straight head of hair. Let's put that red arrow facing right there. Now we're going to go ahead, we're going to go to bend curve. Now we have our points facing the way we want them. Go ahead and add just a couple right there. Okay. What we do is start manipulating how this actually flows. Okay. You need to create the source of where the bangs would be, which is right there. Very risky Gulagon stream. Yeah. I agree, but it's worth the risk, my friend. I don't mind doing it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and add a couple more points. I've typed in worse things in said stream. Okay. Now, if you guys have seen this bend curve trick before, I think I've showed it off before. I'm gonna go ahead and actually come up here to the to this little cogwheel, hit Gizmo 3D. I'm gonna go ahead and hit Control Shift D, which duplicates this hair strand. And this orange this cog stays orange. And what this will do is allow me to go back into bend curve and now manipulate some of this some more. So I don't have to keep recreating the same shapes over and over again. Oh man, I think you should drink more. Be aware if it doesn't happen on the Pixo stream. Oh man, I was actually the crazy in me has already gone through and like started watching some of these some other artists, those who I don't normally see, and it is funny actually how often that happens. That's okay though. It's okay. Yeah, I think I'll be having just more water. Those streams won't be nearly as long. All right. So we're kind of trying to create the hair, which is going to do two things. It's going to be attached to her feet, as well as attached to his head. This should hopefully help kind of hold the model when we thicken this up a little bit. Right now we're just getting hair strand placements by Control Shift D and moving this around. I'm getting a few in there that's kind of break up that look a bit. Even add like a couple extra bins. Go. But we want it to make sense. I think something like this all together, what we can do then. So again, we can have the one. Let's actually take these other ones and we'll go ahead and merge down, which will get rid of that that kind of workflow we have. So get rid of the pink. Oh no, it doesn't actually get rid of that pink. Ooh, that's new. But it's just the one, and that's okay. That's okay. We don't need that bend curve anymore. So go ahead and just apply it. Now we have another one right here. Which hopefully will help us kind of add some thickness here. Interesting. His hair turned black for some reason. So let's go ahead and grab the paintbrush, color, fill object. It's funny. There we go. Okay, let's merge down. Let's kind of solo this for a second. Let's add a little bit of inflate to this. Go. There we go. Now we'll take the snake hook. Let's actually turn on topological, which is under auto masking, topological. So we can bring each strand where we need it. Why does this one keep turning black? Oh, that's probably why. Accept it. There we go. Yeah, let's go ahead and merge it down officially one more time. Okay. Control-Shift-D. Snake hook brush. Let's grab that. And let's actually turn topological off now. We will auto groups though, and then start bringing this in. There we go. So this will also kind of help cover her toes a little bit, which is pretty ugly. That's okay. Inflate that just a bit. There we go. But I'm hoping this will add a little bit more support to where we need it. And then we'll add a few strands, actually, to kind of make it look like it's not all just attaching her feet. But, like, we'll have a couple that come out. Make some of that a little bit of an illusion. Auto groups. There we go. Let's actually control copy that. Split unmasked. Now we're just duplicating what we need to make all this work. And the tricky part now will be to make sure that this all is printable. So we'll have to make sure that the hair is thick enough in the right places. We just keep all that in mind. And we can measure that once we set our scene scale again. Oh yeah, Martin, what are you working on right now? Did you finish your latest prop? What you got going on? What you got going on? And kind of tangle this hair up in itself. Hair doesn't just fold on top, it like curls in. So we want to make sure that some of these actually look like they're curled in this way. And that they're kind of tangled on each other just a little bit. And then things we can do, we can actually grab mass lasso. It's like this one spot right here. Invert it, soften that up. Sure we don't grab that part right there. kind of overlap that a little bit. Auto groups. Turn topological back on. Well, my latest project was the drill press, which is already on ArtStation. Now I'm starting a fantasy environment. Nice. Nice, man. Have you just got it blocked out at the moment, or are you still like doing some research? Or are you almost done? Nice. All right. Yeah, that kind of works out. I'm thinking that's pretty decent. Now, what we could try to do here is... Now we could try to... Because bangs are on each side and that those pieces would be separated. We could probably try to get away with copying it. Mirror and weld. Solo this out. Delete what we don't want. Because bangs are pretty similar with each other. We could probably get away with a lot. Yeah, I'm still in the blackout face. Nice, man. Nice. Well, dude, I'm excited. Excited. I'm always excited to see your stuff, man. But you know that already. Go. Have that hair looking like it's coming from the part. We might put a couple hair strands just kind of up and over so it doesn't look like it's wrapping her feet. Well, let's see. Let's try something else. Yeah, let's try this. Let's try to bring all this to a point that we can then merge together. Hair is the hardest part to figure out how to 3D print, next to chains. Let's go ahead and, no, get the inflate brush. Maybe we can try to inflate some of this. And then group this together. Yeah, let's bring all that together. The giant clump. Literally just merge that together. And then the parts that we don't like, we hide those. There. Now we can bring this up, kind of work this around. Let's go ahead and take topological off, smooth this around her feet. It's okay to actually have some of the hair clumps look like it's under her feet, because that could be reality, right? She's kicking him in the face. His hair is not going to move perfectly out the way. So there could be strands, like we could put a strand coming down between her toes. Really give it that effect that we could, that she's driving him home. And a lot of this is to make it as realistic as possible, but still living in fantasy. Just gonna Control Shift D a lot of stuff right now. So I feel like I can get away with just now clumping it in some spots. I'm just using the, actually for this right here, I'm actually gonna mask that off, invert it, soften that right here, and actually kind of twist it a bit. Just tuck that underneath. And bring that down. Up and lift that a bit. Now let's go ahead and get the inflate again. And we'll do a light inflate. Go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's already looking so much better. And then because we turned the hair around here, what we can do is come here and we can add a couple strands back with the detail that we need. So we'll just solo this out, come in here, like that. There we go. Is this going to be the most complicated print you've ever done? Yes. Yeah, pretty damn close. I think more than likely, let's see, what was the other most complicated thing I printed? Gwynna was pretty complicated because there's a specific way to go, but yeah, no, this is the most complicated. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot more factors happening this time around than before. So yeah, that is safe to say for sure. Always just trying to push it. Push the bar, see what else I could do. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to think of if there was anything else. I think Rogu was the second most complicated, actually. But I don't know. I feel like I had zero problems with that. I don't know if I got really lucky, or if I just... Because, you know, I had an idea, went with it, and it worked. And that doesn't always work that way. But sometimes it does, and that's good. But this for sure has a lot more elements to it than just as simple as, yeah, this has a lot more things going on. All right, let's go ahead and auto groups. And I think what we're gonna do is take that idea I had. We're gonna take this strand. Now let's take this strand. I like that. Let's delete hidden. Here we go. Let's actually move this. But this actually, this is actually going to be, this is my final test on that Demon Slayer project I've spoken about quite often. And if you guys want to be refreshed on that project, I'll show you the concept I have. But yeah, that's definitely gonna be the most. Okay, what we're gonna do here real quick is we're actually going to clip off this section right here. Gonna go ahead and delete hidden, and then we're gonna go ahead and close holes. And then we're gonna inflate this on this side here, but let's make sure that we grab it, put it like it's coming between her toes. And we're gonna go ahead and inflate that. So that way it looks like the hair is coming through. It's not just anything else. This figure is just what I'm saying, by far one of my favorite collector editions. Ooh. Oh, the Witcher one. Yeah, this one's really cool. Yep, that one's really, really cool. I wish I could see a turnaround. And you know, that's actually a lot of like what I'm trying to achieve, is getting those really crazy, super over the top statues that just sell stuff, you know, that just people want. That's the thing, you know, because don't get me wrong, like I love the sideshow pieces and stuff like that, and I want to get to that point in which I'm sculpting for them, but sometimes I feel like it's just more of the same, and so doing more scenes like this, I feel like really push the direction I want to go in. Let's actually mask that and kind of push that over. Yeah, there we go. Scale it down a little bit. But yeah, that figure is insane, dude. I'm gonna scale this. There we go. So see, plan was definitely to get bangs in there, and that's already selling a lot of stuff that I really, really like. And so we get to see her feet. I'm not going to cover her feet completely. I might add like maybe one more little bit of hair in there, but yeah. And again, we print his head. We would print his head. I already have that in mind, hence the direction of the hair. Cut his head off, right? And then the big old, there's going to be a huge key that goes down his chest like that to really help with that support. And so I already have it in my mind that it's going to be printing somewhat down here, adding all of the supports, and that way it prints up and really gets a lot of that detail without losing it with supports and stuff. Now what we're going to do is come in here with a standard brush and emphasize the hair folds, kind of matching what we have already going. Go. We'll take the damn standard and we'll kind of tuck that back in a little bit so the braids actually look like they're in there. Same here. Yeah, some of the crazy figures I see out there are just so beautiful. All right, stream radar time. Very cool, very cool. Just a second. There we go. Just finish emphasizing this stuff. There we go. Emphasize that just a bit more. Go. Just get some of that in there. Back in. So it just kind of feels natural. I don't know why I have that on. Okay. There we go. That way now it's starting to look like it's a part of that. And for some reason, this right here is in the way, so we can just grab that. Tuck that all the way in there. Now that's hidden, that'll merge when we need it to. All right. Let's go ahead and save it, and then let's do stream radars. All right. All right, all right. Do. This battle seems pretty easy. Let's find out. Peter with the assist. You assisted me. Let's do it. Slow B's gonna come in and just murder this. Watch. All right. J Crew coming in hot. Item rewards. Boss defeated. Ooh. Ooh, let's go down. There we go. Let's get my musketeer up there. Oops, wrong button. Alright. Actually, this might be... a Tekken Collector edition is also pretty sick. Yeah, there is some really cool stuff. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Nice, look at this. So this is all together. Let's see if we can zoom in. Yeah. So it's all attached. And just think about it. This is what we're trying to achieve right now. Unless there's like a hidden... there's probably a hidden rod, actually, that extends out to here, that gets supported here. They do that sometimes in manufacturing. And then this base is heavy. Very, very heavy. I guarantee it. It's probably hollowed out, and then they put granite and stuff on the inside. So more likely there could be a rod that's coming all the way through that then attaches. But if it is solely just to print, then he is completely hollowed out and probably attached here at his arm. So like the body is probably attached, detaches, and then the leg probably detaches, and then his arm and legs would be one piece. Although I don't know how that would mold, so they probably have that broken up. Maybe it's the pants are separated, then the feet get plugged in. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. But yep, this is essentially what we're achieving here too. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that shit gets so cool. All right. See here, because we're going to be dealing with 3D print and 3D print only, you got to make sure that there's so many connection points. And so having the hair wrap around her feet and attach in some ways versus the other. You know, we can have this part like right here, for example. We can actually do this, soften that up. And have this curled up like this. Yeah, look at that. So you just try to hide your support within the model itself, which is cool. Boom. And hopefully that flow is coming up. We might have 1 or 2 hairs that come up this way too. We'll see. Haven't quite figured it out exactly how much I want to do, but based on the size of the blades, which we know are the thinnest, we can get it printing, and would obviously print that solid. This hair itself would be pretty solid as well. So we might get a couple strands coming up, flowing, because this looks a little detached right now. Now, we take this, we auto group this, grab this guy right here. Actually, control drag, bring that up. Yeah, let's tuck this in just a bit. Again, we'll have this come over. We'll have that connect right there. Do a light inflate. Yeah, that Tekken model's sick. I love it. Also, too, we're keeping the natural part in his hair aware. We're aware of it. Let's actually get that over. There we go. Bring that down. Let's attach that there. Bring that in there like that. And I have that wrapped in that spot, but it's all ending at her feet. There we go. I didn't know that they put something in the figure like you said. They probably put something in the base where the Tekken figures stand for an extra support when the figures are hollowed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they do a lot of really cool tricks in manufacturing. Anytime they want to do an illusion of something like that, that's the easiest and cheapest way. You know, you get like it could just be as simple as all thread. That you just drill a hole that then is hollowed in, so you have your piece get hollowed out. Then you can inlay the bar and then glue it together and then slide it in. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of really cool shit that they do. Or sometimes what they'll do is they'll do hidden screws that, in fact, Sideshow's, if you watch Adam Savage's Baby Yoda one day build that he does, he actually takes the Baby Yoda apart from Sideshow, and he actually points out where they have drilled really deep and they've like hidden certain bolts and brackets and stuff in there that you have to like kind of figure out how to get to. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. All right, I'm just kind of looking at seeing if I like the hair. Let's see. I don't want to go over the top too much, but I also do want a couple more strands here, like such. But maybe kind of hidden like that a little bit. Again, coming from where his hair part would be, almost crossed over like such. That yeah, when I worked at Wet Design, in fact, I can show you. There's a certain fountain. Let's see if we go to Universal City Walk. There's a fountain that I did when I was working with a company called Wet Design, which this fountain is public, so I could talk about it. We did these shooter fountains here that like shot up, but there was a certain fountain by the restaurant Tony Roma's. Let's see if I can find a good picture of it. And what we did was we played with the illusion that these were floating candles. See if we can get a good shot of it. And what we did was we had acrylic that was polished to near see-through perfection, right? And then what we learned was with acrylic, we could actually put an acrylic rod under the fountain itself. And when you put it in water, it disappeared. Quote, you couldn't see it. Here, let me be more specific. Fountain lights. Let me see if we can get a little bit more specific. The shooting fountain is the most popular. I wish I had some good pictures of it. Probably do, buried somewhere in my archives. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's a little hard to see. But there's this floating thing right here, and the water shoots up from the center of the pipe. And underneath it, you can't see. It just looks like it's floating there, but it's really not. It's just really an acrylic rod that's set at the base that comes up. And it just looks like it's floating, but it's actually supported, which is really cool. And we just spent all day polishing that for that illusion. It's the same difference in something like this. It's easy to create something that can be hidden, but really has that support structure. That's where like I'm super happy about my experience in manufacturing, to be honest, because it's like there's so much I learned that I'm trying to apply in my journey as an artist. Oh. Got a little bit of flow there. Transferable skills are nice. Yep, indeed. Indeed. Okay. Wondering how you're going to manage doing that with a figure like this. I can't believe she's going to be floating like that. Only having supports with her. Yeah. Well, it's a lot of the latter part. The other part is keeping an eye on that angle, but then knowing that this section of her is going to be hollow. This is going to be hollow, where this is going to be solid. And again, having this... When you work with 3D printing, you work with triangles. And so when you look at the base, look at the triangular shape of the base, right? And note that all the weight's going to be here, and all that weight is pointing up. So from here, as long as the majority of the weight of her is centered right about here, it falls in line with the center of gravity. And will fall in line with the weight of it. So this actually has to be pretty heavy, and there's going to be instructions for, like, I'm going to hollow her out before ever releasing her to the public. And so that way people can't accidentally print her heavy and it topples over. So little things like that. You just got sassed. Oh no, that's terrible. That's no good. Anyway, I think this might be enough hair strands. I think this is messy enough, but it still sells the effect. What do you guys think? Like, his face isn't important, but if we get in there, we can see his face is still there. But like I said, when you know you're going to cover up a good chunk of it, there's no point in putting details that will get hidden. And I'm thinking this might be pretty good. We might actually come over here like this. Actually grab a couple of these strands. Use our topological trick. And actually create just a little bit of volume. A little bit of separation in some points. I think that's probably better. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, that's not good. I'm sorry you got sassed. Sass him back. Say, look, man. I ain't falling for that no banana in my tailpipe. I don't know why that movie quote came into my head. But I've been saying it lately. Oh man, you can't say it like that. I ain't falling for that banana in my tailpipe. You gotta say it like, man. I ain't falling for no banana in my tailpipe. Your niece builds towers and castles behind her door. And then if you open it too wide and I'm knocking it over, she sasses you for it. Well, you know, you put that kid back in her place. Like, fine, you won't get dinner then. How you like them apples? Huh? Huh? Sass me. Sass you back. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I think that's cool. That's enough. You know, there's enough hidden. I think that's cool. I think that's gonna work. And what we'll do is we'll when we go to cut this, we'll actually make sure that we take his head and the hair, and we make sure that we cut that against his neck, so that way the seam will be here, coming across. This will be the seam, so that way it just kind of snaps on. That's the idea, at least. That's funny, though. Sounds like my niece. Alright. Now, there's a couple things that are... Oh, okay. Somebody... Alright, I'm going to call her out. She's not here. I almost guarantee it. But Kana, if you all know Kana, and if you don't, you got to check her out, too. And hopefully she stops by because she'll like it. She gave me this amazing idea. And I didn't even think of it. And I'm kind of like, damn, I should have thought of it. But it was her idea, and I freaking loved it. So, this picture right here, right? We're going to make a lithophane. I think that's how you say it, right? A lithophane. With this picture. That's what we're going to end up doing. Instead of just having that painted, we're actually going to take that and plug that in. Woo! Rush! Rush, my friend. Hello, hello. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody here knows you, but shout out to Rush. Let's go ahead and save this real quick. But let's open up Kura. Thank you so much for the follow, Delinquent Ghost. Thank you. All right. But we're going to make a lithophane, and we're going to make that picture what it is, and then apply that. And we can do that a few ways. There are a few websites that do that, but Kura is really good for it as well. And we're going to try that with Kura. Thank you guys so much for the follow. I appreciate it. How is everybody doing? Good, I hope. Rush, my friend, how are you? Alright, so if you ever want... First off, we need to find a high-res image. So let's go to... We'll type in Street Fighter 2, the animated movie poster. I'll back that up for a second. Go to images, and we're going to find a high-res one. And let's find... Let's actually go to Tools, Size, Large. And what we want is... Yeah, something like this. Perfect. Go ahead and save this image as. The better the image you have, the better resolution you'll get on these lithophanes. Go ahead and save that. Now what you could do is take Kura, take your image, and drag it in there. And then you're presented with some options once it recognizes the image itself. It takes a little bit of time. Not responsive. Oh boy. Luckily we saved. And if this doesn't work, I have a website that will do it. Which I don't think this is going to work. No. It crashed and burned. Alright, close program. That's fine. That is fine. Let's go... I believe... Where did I have it here? I think not there. Lithophane. There it is. I have it bookmarked. Alright, so we come to upload and we upload an image. Go to downloads where we... No, not downloads. I think I saved it right here. Pardon me. Yep, there it is. Alright. And we can go ahead and adjust some colors. I want it contrasty. Maybe not that contrasty, but a better exposure. And then we're gonna go ahead and it'll process that image and give us a model that we can work with. And you can see here the effect that you're getting with that movie poster. Now, when you print it and the light shines through, it actually showcase the highs and lows and give you what you want. Now, let's see here real quick. Let's go into Zbrush. Let me see something. We're going to go ahead and measure this object. There we go. So let's measure this from here to here, which is about 73 millimeters wide. And then let's go point to point. It is about 73 millimeters. Okay, so this is pretty much a perfect square. Perfect. Nice. So we're going to come here and we can actually drop this down to about that. We can say that we want this at about... Actually want this more like 76. There we go. Something like that. So this would be the right scale. Perfect. Thickness 3mm, depth. Yeah, let's go like that. Angle 45, perfect. All right, I think that's good. Once you're done with it, just go ahead and hit download. Just the lithophane. Hit save. And now you have yourself a lithophane. So then what we can do is go ahead and copy that. So I have it in my downloads. Chun-Li versus Vega statue. Go ahead and paste it. Let's rename this by hitting F2. We're going to rename this SF2 poster. I can't spell today. Welcome to me. Litho paint. Can't. We'll just go with that. Then we'll come into our base, open it up, and we're gonna come in here with this movie, with the movie poster selected. We're gonna go ahead and Control-Shift-D, because when you import any STL or OBJ into Zbrush with the subtool selected, it'll overwrite it. So we're gonna go ahead and hit import. Come back here, import that, skip color. Says it's ready, and there it is. There it is in all of its glory. So we can scale this down, bring this in, and this could be the movie poster that we want for printing. This could take place poster we currently have, and we can end up painting that just for painting's sake. Scale that back up a little bit. Hey, thank you so much, Liliana Wolf, for the follow. Liliana, thank you. Now we can kind of set this back where we want it. That back up. Kind of set that there like such. Now we can hide this one. And this is the one that we have. So when this prints, what we'll get is when the light shines through, that's actually going to show the image. And it's going to look really, really cool. Am I planning on rendering this in Marmoset? I am planning on rendering this in Marmoset, yes. Yep. This will be my first full Marmoset render. I already played around a little bit with some stuff, but yeah, this will be the first one. And then we can go ahead and let's check the thickness of the border, which is about 0.3mm, so that's pretty thin. So if we're worried about how thin this will be, we can go ahead and actually come in here, mask this section off like this. Actually stretch that back a little bit. It'll change the depthness or the effect of that, but it'll make it printable. And so then we can go ahead and we can either color this or we can leave it as like a black and white thing. But if we just change the color right now, you guys can see. Let's actually turn on Preview AO. Render Preview AO, turn that bad boy on. Put this at like 25. Now we can start really taking a look at how this is going to be printed. You can see all that detail, which comes in really, really cool. Yep. The other thing we could do to get the color back in that movie poster, so we have this selected right here, we can actually try to line this up as best we can just for render purposes. Okay. Something like that. Let's go ahead, go to... Let's turn off live Boolean for a second. What's our resolution at? 0.5 mil? Okay. I'm gonna subdivide that to 2 million. It's pretty big, but we want a good image brought in. Let's go to, where are you? Texture, import. Let's bring in the movie poster we used. Texture, grab it, and let's bring that in. Actually rotate this, scale this down to fit. Scale it up. So it's a perfect fit. Now, let's see here real quick. Spotlight radius. I'm gonna bring that spotlight radius up. We hit Z. We're gonna grab the paintbrush. We're just gonna use RGB. And we're gonna spotlight radius paint this. Just like such. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll actually turn around. Let's kind of actually just take kind of a darker frame color. Yeah, that collided a little bit. Yeah, that actually might be kind of fun. Actually, what we'll do is let's go to masking. We'll mask by color. Mask by poly paint. Come in here real quick. Grab this white. Say okay. Invert that. Now we can paint the frame real quick. Just so we have the frame. Hey, FYI, I finally made a breakthrough on the design for our project. Send it to you later with the basic blocking out. I think it's done and good. I'm still designing outfit and stuff. Nice, dude. Yeah, you know, I have to say, Scope Kid, I'm really sorry, man. Dropped the ball on so much stuff. So many things have happened lately. I would love to catch up with you, man. But yeah, I can't wait to see it. That sounds really cool. There we go. Now we have the color for our movie poster, but we also have, we can actually see the depth and stuff like that. That when it prints, it should come out pretty well. Now, I did make a mistake in a lot of aspects, is that I subdivided it, but then it kind of crunched it. So let's do that again. When I subdivided it, it really crushed hard. So what I want to do actually is, I don't want this to crunch so bad. Maybe, okay, let's try this. Let's go to 0 blur and let's dynamesh it and see if we can get a good dynamesh out of it. It'll change it a little bit, but it'll give us solid geometry around, which is perfect. That's what we want. Yes, okay, let's try that again. Yeah, no, dude. I got the baby taking up tons of time. Still got a lot of work to do before you can be held responsible for dropping any balls. All right, it's fair enough, man. I mean, look, I don't know if you heard, but like, I'm gonna start streaming for Pixo soon, which is really cool. Yeah, a lot of stuff has just happened in the last couple of days. That's been crazy. Okay. We got to catch up, man. We just got to catch up. Let's find some time to hang out. There we go. Look at that. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and turn that off. And let's go to masking. Let's try that one more time. Mask by poly paint. Let's grab that color, say okay, invert that. Now let's get that kind of brown color. But now the backside didn't get crushed, which is good. We don't want that. Yep, heard that. Yeah, for sure, dude. It's crazy. All of a sudden, like, just a lot of things have happened lately. All positive stuff, but it's like, oh my god, I feel like I don't have time for anything anymore. So I just feel bad too. I haven't reached out to you in a little bit, so it's me letting you know I haven't forgotten, my friend. All right, subtool. Put that color back. So look at that. Now we have the movie poster color back, but now it's an actual lithophane. Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Lithophane. But now look at that. That's gonna shine through. So big shout out to Kana. I can't wait for. I hope she pops in because I want to show it to her. And she's gonna flip out when she sees it. So there's that. Cool, you're down this weekend? Yeah, I might have some time on Sunday. Sunday would be the best day for me. So yeah, let's connect, even just to say hi, man. All right. What we got? Battles ready? Cool, battles ready, and then it's going to be a break time, guys, for about 20-30 minutes. Just get some lunch happening. But here is where we are so far, and I'm really happy about this. Hopefully you guys are liking as much as I am. We gotta go ahead and I want to clean up her face a little bit too, just because there's still a little bit of more detailing I want to do there. And then I learned a trick, guys. So I'm gonna be doing more anime sculpts too. So I have some ideas with some really fun anime. But one of the things I learned is that a lot of anime sculptors just paint the eyes in Zbrush. They don't even sculpt the eyes. And that was, I just learned that the other day. I was really happy about that. But what we need to do is actually kind of clean her face up just a little bit. Then I want to start to add some detailing to the skin texture itself. She also needs some eyelashes, so we got to put that in there. We got to finish cleaning that up. And then some texturing. But yeah, I think this is pretty close to being done, and I'm really excited about it. So let's go ahead and do Stream Raiders. Let's take a little break, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. All right, let's go ahead and let's put this like something like that. I like to set up scenes where it's good to take a look at. All right. There we go. Something like that. All right. Let's do it. Stream Raider time, guys. Do. All right. What we got? Get him, get him. One more enemy. Easy peasy. We did it. Of course we did. All right, guys. All right. Salinas coming in. There you go. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We'll set up another Stream Raider, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. And we go until 3 o'clock. So if you're new here, we go until 3 o'clock. I start at 9 a.m. and then end at 3 p.m. So Pacific Standard Time. So we still have another couple hours easily. Yeah, 2, 3, a couple hours left to go. All right, let's just drop a pumpkin mage. Who cares? All right, guys, we'll be right back. Hey, what's going on? I got good news and bad news that happened like right now. You guys want to hear the bad news or the good news? By the way, I'm having trouble seeing comments for some reason. Which is always so much fun. So I'm going to go to my Twitch real quick and see if I can see said comments. Where are we at? Where are we at? Hey, brother, can you do me a favor? Can you comment? Just want to see if I could see it. But I'm going to be cutting the stream short for a very good reason. Comments. Okay, yeah, I see it on Twitch side, but I don't see it on it. Okay, guys, so I'm going to be cutting the stream short. That's the bad news, because the good news is I'm actually talking to someone right now that could lead to opportunities. So I'm going to cut this short so that I can actually give that the full attention that it needs. So I'll update the Discord later. But I just want to let you guys know that we are ending today just due to some good news. So, yay. Yay and sad. I'm kind of bummed. I feel like I've been kind of getting cut back and forth a lot. Thanks, Peter. Yeah, I have to see the chat this way now, too, which is weird. I'm not liking that. Anyway, so you guys have a great one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll be active in the Discord later. But, yes, as always, stay fresh, be safe, be awesome, life will be good. But before I go, Stream Raiders, there's an update. Let me try to clear this update real quick. But I got to gather up some past works. Update everything. I don't want to leave you guys hanging on this. I will launch this regardless. I'm also still eating. Gross. Okay, let's try to relaunch this. How are you guys doing? I like good news. I hate it that sometimes it's going to take away from what I'm doing here, but man. By the way, I started that print. I happened to find a link you sent. It's all good. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Good to know, man. Good to know. Yeah, all of us look, I was about to show. Look. No, nothing on my chat is actually updating, and that's annoying. I don't know what it is either. But I mean, I did get the, yeah, I didn't even get that. It's ridiculous. Oh well. Maybe a bug on Restream or something. Okay, well, what can you do? All right, guys. All right, there it is. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thanks for stopping by. But we're going to positively cancel the stream today. J Crew and Netsu Error. Thank you. There you guys go. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, guys, and I will chat at you later. All right, see you guys later. Bye-bye.